Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary, finery, everybody else out in the audience. Welcome. How y'all doing? Turkish coffee is dope, Lars. So good. Oh my gosh. When I was during the Persian Gulf War, I was over in that region, of course, and got. Hey, for one for all, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you very much for dropping in. But yeah, got to sample some different Turkish coffees everywhere but Turkey, basically, which is really funny, I thought. In Israel, Egypt, France, and Saudi Arabia, and all uniformly my favorite kind of coffee. It's just so hard to get it done right in North America. But yeah. Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's the reason it appears complicated is because of all the theater they put into it, so that it looks like it's worth paying for. you know, you're paying for the theater. You're not paying for the coffee. No, it's in batches. It's something like 10 pounds of water, a pound of coffee, a pound of sugar, or something like that. It's like, you kind of look at the recipe sideways, you're doing what? But yeah. I just thought it was interesting. It's all done by weights, right? So, yeah, but it's something ridiculous like 10 pounds of water, a pound of sugar, and a pound of coffee, and boil it. Okay. All right. So, let's talk about where we are. I got kind of cranky last night. By the way, we're heading north of 28 degrees. Oh, absolutely, recipe for stomachache. It's great. But yeah, we're heading somewhere north of 28 degrees Celsius. And then 5 to 7 degrees of humidex on top of that. So that's going to put us up into the 100 Fahrenheit range in terms of trying to survive outdoors. So that means I'm spending my day not being outdoors. Because, mid-latitude Canada, we don't do that shit up here. or we used to not, anyway. Hey Siri, what is 38 Celsius in Fahrenheit? Yeah, 100. Okay, 38 Celsius is 104 Fahrenheit. So that you show up with a 38 Celsius fever. They drop you into an ice bucket kind of thing. 104 fever. You get the idea. So, anywho, so last night I was kind of grumpy and did some digging. And figured out, gave up on New Shell, which I was experimenting with yesterday. It annoyed me one too many times, and I threw it out. Went back to Z Shell, and got Zillage working the way I like, with a completely reproducible setup now. So I just turn it on, and it looks like this every time. It's fantastic. But most importantly, I solved the friggin' problem where I could not get network routing to and from my Docker containers. And it turns out the problem wasn't Docker. Docker was doing exactly what it should have. In essence, the problem was that Rocket RS, which is the library I'm using for web interfacing, has a really odd default. It defaults to localhost. You actually have to specifically configure it to talk to external interfaces, which meant that it was running fine on the container, but on localhost to the container. So the app was inaccessible from outside the container, and that's what was causing the problem. All the arguing I did turned out to be completely for nothing. The problem was not Docker. But that's why when I mounted it onto the local network, it showed up and ran just fine, because it was then local hosted, which was what I was trying to do all along anyway. So let me get Visual Studio set up here, and I'll show you what the big magic was. And it's disappointing, quite honestly. So NixOS, I cleaned up my config. It's a little bit more readable. So this is my Nginx proxy. So I come in on whatever the machine's box is and route to 9021, right? And sorry, I'm listening on whatever this is, 9021, and then I'm going to route that to localhost 9021 on the machine, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. And then here, the magic is these two lines, right there. Set environment variables, and the rocket port and the exposed port must be the same. And you just make sure that you set these in the order I have them here, and then it works. And it's annoying, like a lot annoying, that's what it was. So we've got our journal CTL up here, right? So if I go here, and you can see there, you know, it updated, and I got a 404 catcher missing, and you can see that the timestamp matches, right? So that's what it was. Maddening, but figured out. What I wound up doing, one sec here. That's my new novel, which is not what I'm looking for. I am looking for my Code Warrior stuff. Docker, there we go. So essentially what I discovered is that you can execute arbitrary instructions on any running oops, wrong button. Here we go. You can execute any arbitrary code running on any running container. So, right. So if I do this, Tavern is up and running, right? That's this thing over here. You can see the network activity on it. Memory's fine. There's nothing going on there. So there's Tavern. You can see where we're, you know, its mappings. But so that's me connected now to Tavern, you know. There's ls minus lh, right? So there it is. So we have our Tavern application, and we've got our content folder. And then this is a Debian variant internally. So we'll just do this. And the hint is that when I got here, is that this, was not 4 zeros. It was 1270.0.1. At which point I went, oh, idiot. And then I just, you know, looked up the obvious answer, which is how do you make Docker talk to an external, or Rocket talk to an external thing. And it's like, oh, by the way, this is a common problem with Docker. Really? Bloody really. So, there we go. So, yeah. But it's working fine now, which makes me happy. So, I do have it mounted on its own internal, its own specific network. That's intentional. Right. Oh, odd. Okay. ifconfig. There we go. Right, so you can see it's sitting on 18.0 on a .2 address, and the reason for that, so cat etc / etc hosts. Okay, so, oh, that's weird. it's supposed to. So you can see what it done is it stuck its own a host name in there, in its own host file. I'm just baffled about why, because the idea was I named this thing. It's supposed to have that name in here. I'll have to find out what the trick to that is. But you can basically assign these things names, and then everything that is on this specific network will have a host entry table, so they can all communicate back and forth each other on this network by DNS, which is really nice. So that's going to simplify getting my my applications talking to each other over the network. I can just literally call one tavern and one NPC, and they can talk back and forth to each other by DNS resolution. So that's nice. So there we go. The more I play with Zellage, the more I like it. It's great. It took me a second to realize that I should be running with the interface locked by default. Basically, set it up, lock the interface again, and that unhooks all of my my setting keys. So let's dive in and start working on NPC. So yeah, I've got Tavern basically functional. Don't need to really make many changes to it right away. So we're going to dive in and get working here. Rust Analyzer is complaining about something. Yes, you dummy. I don't want you running locally. Some of the defaults this thing runs on are kind of daft. As opposed to following the cursor, it just arbitrarily sits in its own little space, expecting you to conform to it. All right, let's put some music on here. Okay, so let's talk here. So we got bacon running up in the window here. That's nice. Okay, and we have. I've got item non-macro in item position. Okay, so I've just got the I've got the format wrong there. That's fine. Did I not write? Oh, I put them in here. Right. Okay. Function, test, blah. Okay. And then, so use super crate tracing. Yep, sure. Makes sense to me. Oops. Okay, and let's grab this. Right. Wow. Apparently I need some more coffee. Okay, there we go. Undeclared type of tombstone. You don't say. Alright. Well, so super imports everything from up here, right? So Tombstone is a struct. And it is made up of a couple of different things, including, yeah, so, alright. So what we should really be doing is, well, if we should be able to instantiate Tombstone independently anyway. That's not it. So what we'll wind up having to do here is whatever I'm doing here, I need to do down there, right? Copy. Actually, officially Super should bring all this in from up on high, but yeah. Okay. No launchpad, no enums. Why would you say that? S. Launchpad RS. I'm looking right at it. Right there. Did I... No, that's what I did over here too. Yeah, okay. Oh, just use crate. Okay, yeah, I've already done that. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's an improvement. Tombstone. Takes one argument, but two... Oh, okay. And the sum and that comma is in the wrong spot. It should be there because it's an assert. Right? That's weird. Undeclared type of tombstone. Why do you think that is undeclared? Oh my gosh, Michelle. There we go. What am I doing here? Oh, because I'm not importing structs, dummy. There we go. That seemed obvious, didn't it? Okay, I'm doing, okay, debug assert, and then I'm just doing an equals. Okay, yeah, sure. So I don't actually need the true. It's not doing a comparison with that. Okay, And then so trying to instantiate. All right, create enums type code list. All right, so oh yeah, it's not pub, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I've already done that up here. So this needs to be pub. Right. Structs is what's complaining. Right, now I need to import. Okay. Partner preference code list is, yeah, that's correct. So both of these need to be public. Okay, so enums mod list. So the right answer is enums, right? Right. And okay, struct is pub. All of these should be pub. Okay, so now I need to get my creator working. So I need to implement a new function. All right. Okay. Okay. Now here, I kept all the implementations in main, and it just feels weird. I'll probably break those out later. And this is Tombstone. And it does make a small mistake, which is we want self there, right? Other than that, everything else is right. Okay, so now we've got our tool, our fancy toy here. Now, what do we expect to see from Tombstone? Character type, a gender, a partner preference. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, so now we need to go into main. Implementations, and we need to copy that line and go up here too. Right. Okay, and then we just need to definitely need our struct list, and we'll definitely need our enum list. So we'll just move those in here now, like that. Okay. Can I do I need to do a public implementation? Is that legal? Oh, no. Okay. No, you're not allowed to okay. So okay, well, hang on a second here. It's a struct. Right there. Why don't you... Oh, because those are supposed to be in the mod, not outside the mod. Oops. There we go. Expected a lifetime parameter. Private fields. Okay. And the new function is... Okay. All right. Hey, Wagafa, how you doing? Cannot construct with literal syntax due to private fields. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So... Oh, yeah. Um, I'll be here for a while. You can go make dinner. By the way, I figured out what was going on with Docker. Let me know if you want me to show you the solution or if you want to do that while you're eating. Okay. So now what do I do? Okay. Hmm. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. All right. Well, let's get the structure copied in, right? And then I can think a little bit more easily, right? So that's what we're trying to achieve. Um, so there's sort of two ways that this could happen. I can assign a none to it, right? Actually, will it let me do that? Yeah. Yeah, I can just say it's none. All right, that actually interesting. That actually, huh? Ah, okay. Okay, so no, that doesn't work. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Well, so then I guess we start filling out enums so that we can create some reasonable defaults, right? So, staff, patron, story character. We'll just say drifter. And so we will do type codeless drifter as our opening option. Right? Gender code list. Male, non-binary. And we'll say unobserved. Oh. What did you do? Oh. How bitchy are you feeling? Okay, partner preference list, yes. Okay. Okay, now this one is weird, and I need to go double check my numbers. Because I had actually done a decent amount of research on this back in the day. Here we go. Okay, those numbers, by the way, are real. They're based on Israel. So what I actually want to do here is this backwards. Okay. Raw. I'm just gonna do this, right? There we go. So yeah, how do I work in multiple roads? Hey, Saucecord. So the way I do it is Alt key and then left mouse click. I'm on a Windows PC right now. With the Mac, it's I think it's the Command key does it. Alternately, my middle mouse button does the same thing. I have it dual mapped. I don't know if that's default or not. So yeah, it's either Alt and my left click, which is the way I'm used to doing that because of Macintosh. Alternately, it's middle mouse, which is sort of the Windows standard. Okay. So yeah, Israel, by the way, is apparently one of the queerest countries on the planet. Okay, so if I want to, I can shift and how does it work? I was doing this earlier. Multi-click for sort. Okay, so no, I'm just literally just click and drag is what I'm doing here, right? I know there's a way. Oh, there we go. If I'm control clicking, control left click allows me to pick multiple cursor points, right? So alt click drag is multi-row and a contiguous. Control click is multi-cursor. Sorry, sometimes I actually have to stop and look at my fingers, and then in the act of doing that, I can't remember what it is I do. I just do it. So it just takes me a second every once in a while to figure out what it is I'm doing. Entirely likely. Oh, yeah. Welcome to my life since 1990. Yay! I've mastered the new technology! Wait, it's now the old technology, and there's a new technology. Here we go again. Alright, it probably doesn't like that enum. Let me go check that. Okay, so can I say int here? Expected identifier. Okay, so weight 16 equals okay. Rust enum, so let's go double check the syntax. Rust enum. Okay, so what I would... Okay, I get it. So what I would have to... Ugh, that's a drag. Alright, so... How do I assign them defaults, though? Okay. Okay, so we just... Alright, so... Alright, that's going to be a bit of a drag, but that's okay. I can work around that. So how would I... Okay, that's going to require a little bit of thinking because I need to... So we're going to focus on this now. This is going to be... This actually winds up, I think, being an implementation. Can you implement on a structure? Sorry, can you implement on an enum? Okay, so... Okay, so then I should be able to go up here. I should be able to do... Tombstone. I don't want to do that. I'm going to implement preference code list. So we're going to do a trait. Gettable. And this is get. Implement gettable. And this is get. There we go. And so now I've got gettable, right? And I should be, and that needs to be public. I think it needs to be implemented up public up here. No, okay. Now I need to figure out what the voodoo in here is going to be. Okay. We're going to call it get weight, in fact. Same thing here. Okay, and now okay. And we are going to refer to. Do I want to get self? Right. And then we're going to return an I-16. Okay, and these are just going to come out of here because that's not going to do what I want. There's a better way to do it. It's going to come out of here. And here, match. Yeah. You can let me get away with that? Yeah, you are. Okay. Copy.
Happiness, is it truly meant to last forever?
Oh. Not very bright. And I need a comma after all of them. Okay. And then...
Walked into my life.
So it's $9.50 for petrol.
Wings lead the wind, they lift me higher.
11.
Like the sun needs its stars, you make my world shine
Is
bright.
16 for
Song
that.
needs a soul to sing it louder.
Okay.
You are the light of
Right, and that'll just spit back a number.
like the woods need the trees, you give me shelter.
That's kind of cool if I can make that work.
Like the sun needs its stars, you make my
Public
world
name, Sterling
shine
Mountain.
like the sea needs the shore, pull me closer. You are the light of my life. You're of my life.
Okay.
Like wings lead the wind, you lift me higher. Like the sun needs its stars, you make my world shine bright.
Okay.
Like a song needs a song to sing it louder. You are the
All right. Now we're same thing here again, right?
like the woods need the trees, you give me shelter. Like the sun needs its stars, you make my world shine bright. Like the sea needs the shore, pull me closer. You are the light of my life.
That's odd. Oopsie. Okay, I must have just hard-coded that bit. Yeah, okay. Here we are. Racial distributions. Ugh. Okay, that's going to be a pain in the backside. We'll have to... This will all have to be extracted. And the easiest way to do that, honestly, is just... copy. because then I can grab that data. Okay. And then we can title case doot. Okay, there we go. That lets me embed some of my metadata where I can where I don't forget it and I don't have to keep flipping back and forth, right? And we'll just say human. Okay. And then we're going to implement gettable.
There's a river that seeps through our soul, where dreams turn to clouds, and the ocean steadies the flow. Feel release in the mountain peaks, where the earth speaks in tones. Day fades to dusk, yet the stars ignite.
And main okay.
Tears from above, grace of faith, reminding us we're not alone. We're
So we're going to actually bring this into main so that I can use it elsewhere. Okay, nice. Right. Yes, it worked. Cool. All right. Start up. And just like that. A little more obvious. Kind of cool, right? So now, traits out of this. Oh. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Two mutations. Does it just inherit self automatically? Cool. What did I do over here? Weird. config test. Mod tests. Use super. Oops. Definitely a little more use tracing. And that's probably... Oh no, it's right there. We're going to move it up here. What am I missing? Ah, okay. I need to... Alright, so what's going on? Rust debug soup. Okay, let's just do the obvious here. True. Okay, that's better. And then, can I do this? Okay. Alright, I think I know what I'm doing wrong here. Fine. Grab this, drag it up here. Let test equal that. And we are going to check to see if we get some test. Does that work? Yes. Okay. No, it doesn't like that. Okay, that's really bloody weird. Okay, that ain't right. I'm curious about something. Okay. One moment here. Sweetheart wants to ask me a question. One sec, folks. Okay. Well, Sweetheart just wanted me to check something. Look at something real quick. That's kind of puzzling, but sure. So, okay, so I need to go change my struct. I need to change my implementation is what I need to do. Right. Rust confirm type. Oh, good grief. Really? You just can't say... Wow. You just can't say is of type. There's no function for that? What? Oh, there we go. Type ID, there we go. Now, is it gonna let me get away with this? Okay, no, there's a better way to do this. So, yeah, I'm way overthinking this. It really is much more simple than that. Like, seriously. right? That, yeah. Okay, that's a private field. Now, do I want to write gets and sets? That seems silly. Can I just do this? You want to do that? Weirdo. I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. You take care of yourself too. Cheers. Bye-bye. Sorry about that, folks. Phone rang, and I've been sort of hoping I recognized the area code as a possible job offer, and it was a wrong number. Because, of course, it was. All right. Aha, partial equality. Enums. Type code list. There we go. I'm actually going to grab this, shove it up here, because I never know what these are going to need. I'm just going to zop this out. Like that. I don't implement anything more than I need, right? No, debug needs to be implemented. Yeah, and there we go. We have our first passing test, right? That's kind of cool. So, and then we're just going to do it again up here, right? So I'm doing this backwards. I should have written the tests first, but right, figured out what it was we were going to assert and then go from there. And then, but in this particular case, I'm not going to stress too hard about that. Is to just get an initial, you know, this is mostly the excuse to to get the new function operating. So now, if for any reason this thing lights up and that doesn't work, oh, it's for the comb there. Okay. Partial equality and debug need to be glued on the ones, of course. Go. And we have a passing test. Tavern test passes. Yeah, there we go. All test passes. Ta-da! Isn't that cool? Alright. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Thank you very much for your patience. All right, so we got passing tests. Let's keep going here. Alright, let's get back to... So, now what do we want to do? Well, okay, first off, let's save our progress here. This is what's kind of cool. I actually have got Get UI running over here. And so if I want, I can actually take a peek here and see what all we've got. Let's see here, G, I can Alt and make that a bit bigger. And then click back here and make that a bit, so we're a bit more balanced, a little bit more the way I want. And we'll relock it, there we are. So you can see the, changes, right? So this is kind of cool. I like this a lot. So we are going to stage all and commit. And our commit message will be building instructor method. And then there we go. And Control D to do the commit, P to push, and done. Nice little text UI. Right? And this is really kind of cool. Okay. So next we want to be able to assign, that's easy enough, right? We're going to create a new function. It's going to be called assign character type. Right, it's going to be a test. And we're going to create ourselves a new tombstone. Right. And then we're going to let character type be equal to our type code list. And we're going to call them staff. Right? It's going to be a very common one right away. Right. And then we're going to make test be mutable. Right? We want to be able to change it. So test.set character type is going to be equal to Now I need to think. Because... where's my struck? I've got all these pubbed, but I'm not so sure... Right? You can see what I'm fussing with, right? Do I want to use gets and sets? I think I kind of... Again, I'm spoiled with Ruby, right? Yeah, I think I kind of have to. Okay, so now we're gonna have to do some implementing. Right. I could just implement them in all in here as part of the gettable, right? Implements gettable and just be done with it. Right, and then so get away. Oh, now we got to go back to our struct. Okay, so that was my first reaction too, by the way. This seems really clunky. Yeah, my first reaction is I'm, with Ruby, I'm, usually able to do, I create a variable, var blue, and then do something like create attr blue, and that gives me my gets and sets automatically. Is there anything like that in Rust? how do what's the idiomatically best way to do gets and sets? Is it just make everything public? Have them, just keep them as pub. Okay. See, I'm so used to data security being a concern, right? Where you don't want people messing with the inside of your structures. That, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yep, makes sense. Okay, thank you. Like I said, when my first reaction is, ew, I know I'm probably doing something that's syntactically fine, but idiomatically wrong, and so I'm always interested in, hey, that's not how it's generally done, because for example, when you show a potential employer your code, they're going to be thinking in question of is, how does this usually get done? Wow, that doesn't look anything like it, right? So unless there needs to be some kind of business logic or validation, don't worry about gets and sets. Okay. Is there any way to? Well, yeah, of course. And if you're using enums, most of it is self-validating anyway. I could do. If I really, for example, in your case, I could do gender as a function of the of race / species, right? And then only define. So yeah, I don't want to get too objecty because that's not really how this works. So all right. Oh, yeah, these. There we go. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, just clone it. Okay. Talk. clone,
when the sky will find our eyes.
and then character type.
And now you're gone to never cry for you is wrong. When the nights go on and on, I used to be the
And we're gonna have the same problem. There we go. And we're gonna have the same problem. But character type? Ah, I see. Okay. Clone it here. There we go. Okay, I get it. Okay, that actually makes sense. That's because I was actually that's the reason initially I threw a Boro in here, and I looked at it and went, wait a minute. As soon as I put it here, this is going to get consumed. It's not going to live there anymore. But okay, that makes sense. So I cloned it into here, and then keep the original. Okay, cool, awesome. That makes more sense. Okay, there we go. Running tests. Tests pass. Yay. Yeah, sure. And let me know if you want to see the solution to the Docker issue. Okay. it just moved out of random. Yeah, sure. Welcome back. Okay, I mean, this is just essentially what I want to do. Okay. Okay. So, hang on a sec here. So here, you're saying that should be copy instead of clone. Yeah? So, copy depends on clone. Okay, got it. Okay, so now I need to implement a trait, and we'll figure that out here in a minute. Got it. Return a variant. Got it. I hope that's legal. We'll find out here in a second. Not found. So then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to do implements. Now in this case, alright, here, I'm going to return a variant. I'm just going to grab that. Copy. And I'll go in there for now and let the munging begin. Okay. Oh. Hmm. How was I doing? Oh, I'm not done over. Well, okay. Interesting. Okay, I didn't. Okay. That's interesting. That's actually problematic. I realized I posed something with this, but I'll fix it later. What am I doing here? Okay. What did I do? Okay. Okay, that's just a scaling. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for, though. Okay, that's how I solved the problem. I converted it to a vec, loaded the information into and then rolled off that. Kludgy. Okay. I could do yeah, okay, so I would do a get weight. Alright. So I want to replace this as a much more like what I'm trying to achieve here. Oh, I agree with you. And what I mean by kludgy is, it probably makes perfect sense for something going on under the hood. That's just not the way I initially think of it because of the way that of other languages that I'm more comfortable and more familiar with work. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different. You know. Okay. Race code list get weight. Right. Oh, no. That got that wrong spot. I just need to iterate over race code list. And then get weight is in here. Item.getWeight. And that will unpack that. And then I get my distributed list. Okay. Now, drink made is a weirdo. Okay, and in this case, so this is actually much more like what I'm trying to do here. All right. I see. Okay. Table weights sample. Okay. That's the line I want. Right. And then here, we don't need that. We need this. In this case, it's that. And we don't need the borrow. Okay. Okay, and I don't need that. I just need my table weights, generate my RNG, grab table weights, take a sample. Okay. Okay. And then I don't need those, and I don't need that let. I'm just going to return that variant, right? So pick a variant out of the table, throw it back. Don't need that semicolon, you say. There we go. Not found. Range distributions weighted. And I'll need to add ran gem here. And variant count. And probably enum iter as well. Implementations. Oh, put it in the wrong slot. Ran distributions, okay. Really? Cannot find type variant. Well, Gaffa, do I have to do a trait variation of this for every one of the enums I want to return? So, for example, if I want to use weighted random into, let's say between gender code and partner preference, I would have to have two weighted random definitions, each one returning a different enum. It seems like that's what it wants me to do. No, okay, because what I'm doing is I'm saying return a variant, right? But the error I'm getting is saying, hang on a second here. Pane, full screen. There we go. And then G. Right. But variant not found in this scope. Well, I thought that variant would be, the type of possible variants, right? Because I know that is the word that is used to describe the subcategories of an enum are its variants. So I thought that would be the. Okay. So is there a generic return that I put here? Am I returning type enum? Because that's not what I want to do. Right, okay, so... But... An associated type, yeah, but it's potentially two different types, right? Because I would want to implement it in, for three different possible enums. And the type I'm returning is one of the enum variants. That makes it much more... Okay. So I would actually have to do a version of this for every weighted random I want to use. An intermediate enum? I don't know... Yeah, I'm not following you at all there. Alright. Okay, so I'll walk you through what I'm doing here. Let's go with gender code list because that's or partial preference code, yeah, partner preference, right? So the implementation is I have the race code list, right? And then from that, and that generates me, and then I implement for race code list this get weight, right? You can see that there. So what that does is that I'm mapping, so I'm iterating over the race code list to generate my weighted table. And then all I'm trying to do is get it to spit back what it is I want. Now, if you can come up with a cleaner way to do that, I'm all ears. And again, you know, the idea is returning a variant because I'm just going to grab something out of that list. Now, you know, could I implement, you know, can I return it as a text string? Sure. You know, I could do a conversion out to text and then bring it back in again, but that just seems eh. Again, kludgy. I sort of expect to be able to... Oh, yeah. Yes, that's a that is a foo-foo on my part. One sec, what was I doing here? Yeah, it's gender code. Okay. But it's the same problem, right? We'll do randomize. I'm not actually... Yeah, this one here is weird. One sec. I'm gonna blop that, and we'll do the other one. It's the same problem no matter which way I go. We'll just do the race one first. But it winds up being the same problem either way. Because I typed the wrong thing. Just give me... Let me a sec. New... replace... actual race. And then we'll use the race code list. Right, and we'll implement... There we go. Problem solved. Same problem, just different spelling. Let's see if... That's probably changed the error message, of course. But yeah, it still works out to be variant doesn't exist. Replace variant here with self in the trait. Like that. And the implementation. Okay, just checking. Yep. Expected value found in enum. Well, yeah, I'm trying to iterate over the... Probably need to implement iteration on race code. Okay, I'm gonna rip this out of here. I want to be able to iterate the enum, that's for sure. So we'll move this down here, and we'll bop this out of here. Okay. So race code list is that. And I want to iterate over that. Which, there. Why is that wrong? Expected value found in enum. Am I that yes, I am that goofy. Thank you. Still doesn't fix that, but that was going to cause a problem eventually. Okay. Is what I'm trying to do. Okay. All right. I'm becoming spoiled with Rust, and I'm just used to it saying you used the wrong thing, dummy, and telling me what the right answer is. So yeah. Rust iterate over enum. Strumitter. I think I'm using it that though. Yeah, one sec. Okay, that's here. Nope, I do not have it implemented here. Yeah, that'll do it. Yes. No, it goes in the it goes in the derivations. Okay. Yep, no, I've got them. Well, I've got one of them anyway. Ah, okay. There we go. Enum type iter. Okay. we go. Yep, okay. Oh, it's only a trait without a derive. Okay. Does this need to be over here with the implementations? Is that what it's would work better? Well, we'll find out here. Let me just test something real quick. Pub enum. Yeah, I've already got that implemented over here, so that's not the problem. And it's a macro. Okay, no variant or associated item. But I have enum iter right there. Comma iter. Can't derive that. Okay. It should just be, yeah. Enum iter debug partially equivalent. Why doesn't this work? Oh, bloody hell. All right. right. Okay. I might have shot myself in the foot is the problem. No, okay, that's not bounded, but Tombstone is. Our current problem is it's still not iterating. Okay, no, wait a second. No, that's different now. Weighted index. Found structure. Right, because sample's not running, and its sample isn't running because itter's not running. Nice code list. Use strum into iter. Do I have to do this as an implementation over here? I thought the whole point was... Yeah, it's just color iter done. And derive right there, okay. Where I'm calling it? No. Let me check that. So I have the implementation here. So you... Okay, well, glue it in up top. There we go. Sorry, the way the example looked, I thought it was just on the enum side of things. Okay, that changes the error message. That's good. Pub struck weighted index. Did I screw something up? Highly likely. Table weights. Okay, so this is now working. That's nice. But why is... Expected value found is struck. Okay. Let buffer equal that. Semicolon. And then return the buffer. Nope. Expected value found struck. Okay, so it's not. I have those distributions loaded, yes. Okay, let's go look it up. Ran distributions. Yeah, so so the idea is that when I, I'm calling get weight for my list of variants, right? Each one return, and that creates my table weights, right? And then I come back over here and try and resolve it. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. Hang on. Least favorite error message. I'm a dummy. Well, yeah. So just if you take a look down here, so items is the object list, right? So your distribution is your weighted list, which is in this case my table weights, right? And so that's an enum. Oh, hang on. Okay, so I built my map. which is that. Right. And then, yeah. Where's my, okay, my list is an enum over here, and that's what it looks like. Ooh, okay. Not found. Variant array or variant names? Okay. Yep, fixed. I probably need... Oops. Apologies, Wagafa. One moment, please. Okay, you've latched onto the same thing I did. Okay, it doesn't like me having self in here. That does fix the problem, by the way. So we have a new problem now. That's progress. Yep. So it doesn't like me having self in the in weighted random. Should it be self or that may be the problem? No, it doesn't like that. Okay, so here I can just literally type in self. Remove, okay. Okay, cannot move out of here. And race code list doesn't implement copy clone. Okay. Awesome. Non-trivial, but cool. That is really cool. Okay. Now, test race is going to equal actual race. Right. And then we will assert that they are equal. Test.race, comma, and actual race. I really don't like that. Okay. And randomized race passes. Yeah, okay. All right. So that's neat, because that allows me to do this generic implementation and, yeah, drop it in everywhere. Fantastic. Okay. All right, let's now this one here is actually not okay. There is no weighted random, in fact, for oh well, okay, yeah, okay, but this one's just going to be a different weighted. And in point of fact, I probably don't need to do that, but we're here now anyway. There we go, right. And now, am I doing a gender list? Yeah, I am. Partially. Okay. Gender code list. Now, in this case, we're just going to implement the other one, which is just a stacking weight based on the Okay, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Copy that. Yeah, sure. Well, actually, hang on a second. Let me just commit it, and you can just pull the repo if you want to take a look at it. But yeah, I can throw that up. Okay. And then, okay. There you go. just do this. We don't need to commit to a buffer object. Things doesn't make. It's not like it's. Okay. Establishment reputation. Variant count. Yep, there it is. Copy. Variant metadata. That's odd. Yep, will do. Thank you. Yeah. I can sort of see what you're doing, but I don't understand, like, because I'm just sort of... I can guess at how this works, but there's a head scratch going on. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So this would work with literally anything I passed into it. I get it now. So as opposed to having to implement... No, absolutely. Okay, and it would operate as a standalone function. I wouldn't actually implement it. I would just get waited list the thing. Yeah. Huh. I rather like that. I actually like it more than, yeah, because of the lack of duplication. I'm a big fan of dry. And the idea of having to do essentially an implement for every one of my enums was kind of but okay. Yeah, I rather like that. So we pass the list in. And we just make sure that, yeah. When did, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. That's damn clever. Okay, let me think about that. Yeah, let me think about that. Like, I like that a lot. I think I'm gonna keep going like this for now. On the basis of, for lack of a better way of putting it, I just need to practice getting the code out through the fingers. But yours is a much more elegant solution, Bart. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Variant count enum iter. Oh. Dummy. Ah, fair enough. Okay. Okay, and so there we go. Well, damn, George. Okay. Alright, so we get our weighted rent. Okay. Male, female, binary. Yep, that's correct. And then nice. Okay. I think I can just do a cert, not eek. I think neek is acceptable. No, it doesn't. I think I'd just do a cert. Can't bloody type today. There we go. So yes, we failed. Okay. Cool. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I appreciate that I must be painful to watch sometimes, but this is just how I learn. Okay, thank you. It's this one down here, in fact. I'm going to be right back as well. I need to take a break. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah. Brutal outside right now. Okay. Perfect. Okay, lovely. One sec. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, let's go take a look at Task Desk. Can't help but notice there isn't one. Okay. There we are. Okay. That's what I thought. Oh ho! Well. Okay. That's going to be a pain in the ass to sort. Okay. Okay. Does it work? You know, just simple. Essentially, you know, can I read write as I expect to it? Am I generating content? Can I read write? And can I read write? Very just. Extremely minimal. What I call perfunctory testing, right? It's, does it actually work? Does it do anything at all? Yes. Okay, keep going. And then as I build up the rest of it, I'll be doing more complicated testing, because Tombstone and RP details are part of a greater structure called sheet, and then I'm going to be able to want to do a lot of these functionality where some of the content of RP details may work backwards into Tombstone, right? And so, yeah, it's very rudiment. So it looks kind of, but it's just what I, you know, stepping stone, right? Does it work at all? Do I want to do this as a vec of strings? I guess probably the right idea. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, now I know why I did that. I don't want to do that. We're going to fix that a different way. So we're going to do a vec, and that's going to be stir. Okay. Hang on, writing two tests at once here so I don't lose my track. for now, right? Um... Okay. So it doesn't like me creating a bald vector of string. Okay. Seems to me I had this problem somewhere else. And my initial impression is that I solved it by recording by throwing it in as a string. That's kind of trash. Okay. 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 Once a lifetime parameter there. Okay. That's the problem I was having there too. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. I'll fix that. Yes, I just noticed that. Put a vec in a struct. Okay, they just bare bones it. They don't define what the content is, they just say it's a vec. Okay. Expected at least one generic argument. Of type, yeah, type T, that makes sense. It's of type types, sure. This is smelling like a rabbit hole. Okay, okay, I see the difference in what you're talking about. Still wants a lifetime parameter, but it's okay. 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 Implementations 85. need to get to. I need to do that. Just going to be annoying, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Main 104. Perfect. Okay. Right. Okay, so then test dot other notes is going to be equal to get notes. Yes. Yeah. There's a couple of them I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the 20s and 5s can all get squished together. You are correct. It's just a series of commas, if I recall correctly. Pipes? Okay. person itself. I like that notation much better. I'm just not used to thinking of it. Aha. Okay, stop. Okay, so I just did that wrong. That's not a problem, I just wasn't thinking of it properly. That's a cleaner way to do it anyway. Huh? Oh, yeah, dummy. Not very bright. Start. That's what I wanted to be returning that. Okay, so I have to return string. Okay. I'm fine with that. Static string? Let's try that. Because that would make my life easier. Yep. Cool. I just learned a thing. Thank you. Now here's the problem. Shouldn't be passing. Why? Oh. Yep, perfect. Okay. Pretty pleased about that. Alright, now the public name is going to be weird because I need to actually go look at a different services API and then work backwards from there. So I'm not going to touch that today. Yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours on the stream. I think I'm going to call that done for today, in fact. But that's good progress. So yeah, probably want to process. Yeah, in the real world, I'd probably process this string. Before storage. But for testing here, don't want to do that. I just want to make sure what's in the box is what yeah. I know the dice string processor works. I don't need to test that again. What I need to make sure is what I'm getting back is what I expect from the implementation. So that's working the way I want. Awesome. There we go. Thank you for all your help today. Really appreciate it, Wagaffa. Well, ultimately, I'm pretty pleased with how the project is coming along. That is really slick, and I'm going to give that some serious thought. Let me show you what the goofball with Docker was, if it interests you, before I wrap up the stream today. So, so this is my that's our container, right? It's running on its own back-end network, and it's also ports exposed, right? And where is it? There. And so, you know, shift click. There we are, and we can see a bit of network activity here, right? Right, so clicking here, container do thing. So, what I'm doing some reading, you can exec an arbitrary command on an existing container, if it has the internals to do the thing. So I can just connect it to Tavern by telling it to hook up a bash string. So there we are, we're inside. So what I did is I installed NetTools and ran netstat, right? And when I got here, what I saw was that this was that. In other words, the application itself was not listening to the external IP address. It was only listening to its own local host. The problem wasn't Docker at all. It turns out that Rocket.rs, has incredibly conservative defaults. It doesn't want to listen to universal IP addresses out of the box. It prefers to only talk to localhost. The way you fix that is in the Docker file. You have to add environment variables for Rocket. What IP addresses it should talk to, all of them. What port it should talk to, the one I want, and then I expose the one I want. That's all it was. Now, there is mechanically a good reason to I have it sitting on its own back-end network, right? And the reason for that, okay. And the reason for that is you know, you'll see it's got a kind of a munged machine name right now, but you can change the name of the of the machine, and you'll notice it adds itself into hosts. Every machine every Docker container that's running on this network will wind up in everyone else's hosts, which means that I can actually have my applications talk to each other by DNS, by FQDN, over this private backend, and that way they just find each other, and I don't have to, there's no fussing that needs to be managed. So I've still got it sitting. Yeah. So I've still got it sitting on its own subnet. All right. The default the default Docker space is 172.17. This one's sitting on 172.18. But that's why, is I created its own little back-end space to be able to hook all these things up. So yeah, there we go. All in all, pretty pleased. And I mean, it's ridiculously fast. It's using 70 megs. 70 megs of RAM. So yeah, but it's silly fast. Basically refreshes as fast as I click. And yeah, so I'm really pleased with it. I'm looking forward at getting the bit of the expansion done to it, so that it is. Now I realize that I'm making a mistake, and I'm going to have to go back and fix that. This information is ephemeral as it is currently created. I'm not saving it anywhere. I'm just generating it and outputting it. It's actually supposed to be being saved in the tavern maker object, or in this case, struck, so that it can be exported as a JSON blob, or if I want to, written back to a backend database as a complete object, right? Doing object storage instead of so. So yeah, I'm going to, purely for semantic reasons, go back and I'll have to make that as a change. That'll be the next thing that probably I will be working on tomorrow, is going back and fixing that, and then I'll continue working forward on the NPC maker. So yeah. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Everyone who's dropped in and been lurking and been chit-chatting. Oh, for gosh sakes, ads. No warning at all. All right. Gonna be signing off shortly here. Get rid of this for now. I don't know if it did anything there. Just 1 sec, I want to check something. Yeah, Control Q. That's what I wanted. Just ran so fast I did. Okay. There we go. Alright, cool. Just ran so fast I wasn't sure if it had done anything that time. So yeah, gonna wrap it up there. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I do appreciate you. Shout out again, Wagafa, for all your help and great commentary. It's much appreciated. Thanks to everybody else who dropped in, was lurking for a while, and whatever. Appreciate the support. If you're catching this later on the VOD, thank you as well. Deeply appreciate your time. Hopefully we're all learning something slowly as we go through this process. I was commenting to my sweetheart the other evening that I was going to go sit down and work on my project, because that's just as fun as gaming for me right now. And I can honestly say it's been a long time since I can, well, I don't recall the last time that coding was as fun as gaming for me. I'm getting a kick out of working with Rust. There's a couple places where I kind of, tilt the head tilt side-eye thing from where it doesn't quite behave the way I expect it to, but the alternatives all seem sensible. And to me, that's the biggest thing I look for, is it's sensible. I'm still having some troubles getting away from the Ruby, the everything isn't an object way of doing business, right? I've just been doing object-oriented programming for 20 years. So it just, but in its own way, structs and implements, very similar, to the point I'm not really sure there's much of a difference beyond quibbling. It's getting the same job done. So yeah. So hopefully, as I say, everyone's having fun and learning as well as we go through the process. Thank you again for hanging out with me. And have fun. I hope you're having fun with whatever games you're playing, whatever programs you're writing. And we'll see you all again soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.
NixOS